Yeah, 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 shooting, shooting, shooting. Yeah, 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 shooting, shooting. Yeah, 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 shooting, shooting, shooting. Yeah, 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 shooting shots. Shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
nights and you've been breaking records. I've been waking up, dreaming everything we do. We do. I've been on the run and you're the one that saves me. Love is overdone, you know how to break me in two. Dancing in the dark, clouds over the stars. I'll give you the keys to steal my heart. I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you better. Diamonds on your face, can you leave a trace? Lucy in the sky, boy, give me a taste. I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you better. Just wanna know you better. Just wanna know you. Just wanna know you. Just wanna know you better. Rocking me to space, launch me to your island. I'll give you a chase if you want my body too. Losing myself, that's the way I like it. Got me in a haze, now all that I'm seeing is blue. Blue. Dancing in the dark, clouds over the stars. I'll give you the keys to steal my heart. I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you better. Diamonds on your face, can you leave a trace? Lucy in the sky, boy, give me a taste. I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you, I just wanna know you better.
Hey Vivek, is it all set for starting?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I think we should be good to go. We have a couple of people watching on the live stream as well. And, 22 people there actually.
Oh, nice.
I can like take questions from there and then see them here in case we have any questions. But I think we should be good to go. You should have permissions to share your screen if you want to do that, and we can get started.
Right, sounds good. All right, so thank you guys for showing up here. I'd like to think, it's a Sunday. It's not very easy to take the time to do this.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh yeah, thanks for recording. So I'd like to start with a few, say like ground rules for our presentation. I'd love to see your faces if possible. Please turn on your cameras. I think it's just easier for me to see the reactions. Thank you, Murilo. Thank you. Thank you, Audi. Right, yeah, so what we'll be talking about here today is about different frameworks to managing complex problems, right? And then what design teaches us to work on those projects together. Okay, so let me start sharing my screen here, and I'm going to share this presentation with you guys too as well later. But over here. All right, so let me just move your window here because I'm not seeing you guys. Move you up here. All right, awesome. All right, I can see you folks now. And let me open this. Right, so I'm going to be introducing you guys to these three methodologies: design thinking, VPD, and design sprint. Okay, so just this little ground rules here. I'm gonna have a couple of dynamics here in the beginning, especially to introduce us to these themes, and I'd love your cooperation. Okay, if you participate, it's gonna make it a lot more fun to play with. Okay, so here's the little agenda that I prepared. I think that I'm gonna start talking about the double diamond framework from the design thinking approach. I'm gonna introduce you guys to the value proposition design to help figure out what to build. And then I'm going to talk about design sprint and wrap it up with Q&A. Okay. So initially, I think that this image here is from the value proposition design, and it describes exactly what I want to get out of this meeting here. I want to give you some frameworks for us to go from this left side of the screen to the right side of the screen. A little bit about myself before we jump in. I'm Jean Menezes. I'm Brazilian. I'm a graphic designer. My undergrad is in graphic design, and I have moved into UI UX in 2016 when I started learning more about more of like this role of the designer before going to the screens. You know, graphic design is very visual design oriented and very appealing to the final phase of the UI UX experience, which is designing the actual interface. But I started learning more about the UX process, and the things that I learned are going to be like displayed here in this presentation as well. One of the things that I'm mostly interested in, and that's more recent, that's from 2018 when I started doing my master's. I wanted to learn more about the design as a strategic approach to problems, right? And then that's when I learned these tools that I'm going to be sharing here with you today. So first, I want to ask this question to you guys here. Do you guys consider yourself, are you creative? Let me see like a raise hand if you're not with your camera, or like a thumbs up or something. What do you say? Are you guys creative? Real okay? Yeah, I see some thumbs up. Right. So you see here that like in this room here, from what I've seen, about 60% of the people have raised their hands about the creativity, right? And that's actually above the population. There's a research from the Stanford Design School that asked this question to adults, and in average, adults say that 50% of them consider themselves creative, right? So we are, I believed that we would be in this spectrum of more people considering themselves creative, because we come from, you know, like we're talking in a hackathon, so there's already this drive, right, for knowledge and for curiosity and solving problems. But I want to go through a little exercise with you guys here that's gonna perhaps shake the other people that are not in this process. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to grab a piece of paper and a Sharpie if you have it, or whatever that you can scribe in with, okay? And I'm gonna flash in. So for those that are entering now, if you can show your screens, it would be really important for this part of the workshop if you can show your screens, because I'm gonna be asking you to find some stuff in your room, sort of like a scavenger hunt, okay? I'm gonna flash a word on your screen, and then you're gonna have 15 seconds to find something related to that word in your room, okay? So let's see here. Go back to my presentation. I'm gonna flash a word. I'm gonna give you 15 seconds to each of those items. All right, so first, yeah, grab a piece of paper and a pen and get ready. I'm gonna start in 5 seconds. I'm gonna show a screen and show something, and you guys gonna grab something for me in your room, okay? So I want something that can be used for cleaning. Have 10 seconds. Right. 5 seconds. All right. Okay, time's up. And next thing, something that you can throw without breaking. 10 seconds. Right. Right. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Another 5 seconds for those that are gathering it. Okay. So now I want you to grab the piece of paper and I want you to draw the objects that you got. You have 15 seconds. Five seconds. Time's up. Time's up. Stop sketching out the ICU. All right. I want to see, like, let's see, Jose, what you drew? Right, right. I see a cloth and that, yeah, right. And a pillow, and then Eddie. Oh, oh, nice. Yeah, showing off your design skills there. Cool. Let me see yours, Vivek. Oh, a pen. Uh-huh. Awesome, awesome. Right. So you see the level of fidelity that you guys represented those objects is above than enough to what you need to know as a design thinker, right? I'm gonna go back to my presentation. Whenever we're talking about, oops, let me share here. Whenever we're talking about drawing, when it comes to design thinking, it's related to your power of communication about a given concept. You don't have to be, not even like a child could be a design thinker, and usually they are really considered design thinkers from the beginning, right? So just wanted to give that little boost of creativity for you guys in terms of like the drawing skills that you need. It's not the design thinking process is not a process about creativity. Okay, I wanted to dissociate that idea. So let's talk a little bit more about the design thinking process in general. The one that I'm going to be emphasizing on this part of the presentation is the Silicon Valley design thinking process. And it really comes down to in the early 2000s with the foundation of the Stanford Design School by the brothers Kelly. And it was later developed with also the Kelly brothers creating IDEO. And then another big player on that aspect of the design thinking is the Rotman Design of School with Roger Martin in Chicago. What those guys did is they summarized years of research in a process that could be mainstreamed. And it was also convenient that a lot of this thinking was going around in the Silicon Valley, but it was captured from all around the world. And it was heavily diffused because of the dot-com boom in the early 2000s. So a lot of the companies that have prospered from that period of time use the methodology with the Silicon Valley, with the design thinking methodology in mind. So here's the breakdown of it from what the Stanford Design School proposes, and it's very similar to the IDEO method as well. So start with empathizing with your user. In this initial process, you're gathering data, you're focusing on not having a judgment on the user, embracing all of the aspects that you're researching with a beginner's eye. So the main skills here are about curiosity, optimism, and respect, right? So with this empathizing phase, you're expanding your knowledge from the user or the situation that you're analyzing. From the empathizing, we define. So we have gathered a lot of data, we have covered a lot of ground, we learn more about what the situation is in the real world right now, and then we define, we synthesize into one problem statement, into one point of view that we can then explore more, right? So it's basically what we saw in that first image, that we go from a complex world of things that we can experiment into one single thing that we want to propel and look with the designer lenses in the definition phase. From the definition, we have ideation. So it's expanding again, looking at the world of possibilities that we can derive from that problem statement that we created, from that point of view that we're analyzing all of this changes that we're looking at. And then we're prototyping. From the ideation, again, prototyping, we're shrinking it down. In the ideation, we explore many possibilities. We explore the world of things that we can do. In the prototyping phase, we shrink that down into one thing that we're going to test. And then we test it, right? Test is paramount for the UX design process, and it helps for you to validate hypotheses. In all of these steps, you're creating hypotheses, right? Whenever you're mapping the world, you're creating hypotheses of how the world is. So we're mapping it in a way that shows us what it is right now. When we're defining it, we're mapping possibilities to work inside that world. We're picking one thing and looking at it with a closed lenses. So it looks a lot with like this, what's called the double diamond framework. You see that in the beginning, it's that's why I was making these movements with my hand almost like involuntarily, because in the beginning you're expanding your possibilities and understanding the world and analyzing the things that are happening there. Then you converge into a definition of the problem that you see, and then you expand into different ideas, and you converge into a prototype solution of what you have looked at, right? So it's always this movement of expanding and contracting in design. That's why it's called the double diamond framework. A problem that I started seeing with design thinking is that it is a little bit agnostic into what it is that we're designing for, right? It opens a world of possibilities. It opens, you basically can do almost everything that you can think of. But then comes the question, what should you do when you could do everything, right? And it's definitely not everything. So let's look at this image here for a second. If I would ask you as a designer, for example, to have a design mindset, what do you think that this person there in the back needs? What would they need to improve their situation right now? Tell me something that would improve his life just by looking at this picture. You can think about something. If you were tasked, if somebody come to you and say, how can I help? How can you help this person to make his work better or his life better? What would you give them?
A car, maybe.
A car? Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, you can think of a car. You can think of perhaps a motor, right? Like that we know now that we can motorize this. We can make this a more automatic thing. We can give him perhaps better boots, right? We can give him a coat. It seems like it's cold up there. We could use like a coat. We could give him maybe, you know, like whatever thing that makes it better. But you see that whenever we're thinking about how to improve his life, even when I was thinking about it, when I asked you this question, all that we thought of were nouns, right? And in the design thinking process, it's more important to think as the needs of our users as verbs rather than nouns, right? So if we think about, Jose mentioned that we could give him a car, right? What it is behind the idea of the car that would help him? It would help him to be to harvest better, right? You see that we shifted from a thing to a verb. Like we're shifting it from like if we were thinking about, like I thought, like, oh, maybe he's cold, we can give him a coat or a better boot, right? We can think about like, oh, he needs to walk for long distances. So you shift the mentality from a noun into a verb, and that opens up possibilities inside that spectrum, right? So when you're thinking about these needs that are these verbs, this is sort of like a framework for you to think about a problem statement, right? How do we filter that world of things that we can work on into one thing that's going to be that definition phase that we looked at in the double diamond framework? Here's a list of prompts that are helpful in that process, right? We can think about what's the need, who needs it, what are the top causes for this need, and what are the consequences of not meeting this need that we are trying to define. And you see that all of these are a hypothesis, right? We have a hypothesis that our user needs X, and then we're going to figure out who is this person that needs X. What are the things that are causing it to be needed, and what are the consequences for when that need is not met? Okay, So here's an example that I got from a real world scenario. So here we explore, like, due to the lack of focus on soft skills and leadership training, undergraduate college students are not prepared for corporate world even after getting the degree, which leads to severe employment issues. Let's break this down. We have a cause, right? We have a cause for that need. We have a stakeholder or whoever needs that, which in this case is undergraduate college students. And the effect of that not being met is employment issues for these undergraduate students. You see that there's a correlation between the things that are on the world right now and the effects that they have in a chain of events, right? And this is considered, it would be considered a good problem statement for several reasons. It's very specific to who needs it, right? It's undergraduate college students. It's not students, right? It's not just a person. It's not a teenager. It's not a young adult, right? It's an undergraduate college student. It already puts them on a frame where you can work with solutions that are inside that frame. And the causes and effects are also well described in a way that allows us to think of ways of solving this problem. From a problem statement, you can work inside a POV, a point of view, right? How all of this we're still like in the research phase and defining phase. So whenever we think about a point of view, here's a little template for us. We're also thinking about the user, so we're thinking about that undergraduate student, right? The need that they have is to have a better access to education about employment, and the insights is the big part here. That shifts from problem statement to POV is that we're starting to give insights into what could be helpful for meeting the needs of that user. And a good insight, a good prompt for an insight is you and your design team and your developers and all the stakeholders involved in a project to ask yourselves, why is important for your users to fulfill that given need? Working together, that will give you a share of insights on why that's important. And if you this is a list of what creates a high value point of view whenever you're looking at these insights. An important insight is something that's very valuable that if not met is going to cause for great problems to your user. A tangible point of view is one that you can measure and you can tangibly define how your user is progressing. That's a tangible point of view. And unsatisfied is when you analyze the world and the world needs, and you realize that there are things that are not met for this user that you're planning for. And lucrative is not only monetarily speaking. You could have, for example, a lot of nonprofits work with giving a lot of lucrative insights to your users, right? So you can think about it in a way that that is defined how to create value for that user. And here is I really like this example here because for you guys that are familiar with the Maslow pyramid of needs, this is very insightful. And it's related to user needs, the things that you can give to them in order for them to escalate this pyramids of possibilities that they will have interacting with the changes that you give to them in the world, right? So you have the base of it here. You see that's functional. At minimum, a product needs to be functional. And we know of a lot of products in the world today that are just functional. They just serve one purpose of doing X, right? But whenever you have that X done in a way that contemplates what your user is trying to do, you can escalate that to an emotional level, right? So in the functional, we're thinking about more of they need to reduce risk for something, they need to connect with people, they need to do other stuff. Whenever you go to an emotional level, you're thinking about their wellness, you're thinking about reducing their anxiety, you're thinking about what's the therapeutic value of this product, what's the fun that you can have. And each product will target one specific thing that's going to be connected. But you can escalate that once you have the initial layer fulfilled. If you guys realized, so far, I have not even talked about solutions, right? There's no solution involved in this process. We're just thinking deeply about the problems and trying to coordinate our thinking into something that's very actionable. That's all that we did so far. If we look back at the double diamond framework, you see that we are in the middle right now. We got to a definition. Whenever we got to a good POV, whenever we got to a problem statement that makes sense to the group to work together, we got to that definition that's going to open for us to discuss possibilities. You see that that's a little bit of an inversion on the traditional way of contemplating new ideas. You would think initially, like you put a bunch of people together in a room, you do a brainstorming and you think about solutions. No, in this process here, we spent almost like 70 to 80% of the time of a project thinking about the problem that we're trying to solve. And then we start to explore in the solution space. In all of this definition of what is worthwhile to work on, value proposition design can prove very useful. The value proposition design comes from the business model canvas that was very popular in 2015-16, very famous. And it focuses on these two axes of the business model canvas. It looks into the value propositions and the customer segments, right? So whenever we're talking about these two aspects here expanded, they look like this. Here you see that all of these items that are related in one side of the column are directly correlated with the other side. The right side is about the user needs and what they have at this moment. How do they do the things that they do right now? And the left side is how you're proposing to make the world better for that user. Always when you're thinking about value proposition, creating a business, you're thinking about how to make the world better for a given person, right? And here there are different ways of making that world better. You could alleviate their pains. You could make it easier for them to not suffer from something, or you could increase their potentiality by making the world that's already good even better, right? So that's why we break it down into gains and pains there. What are some of the frustrations that my user has? That would be the pains. And what are some of the motivations that my user has? And that would be the gains that you have. How can you improve the world that's already working well for them? And that's, like whenever you're thinking about products again, is how to improve from a functional standpoint to a more emotional standpoint and giving even more to the users. Whenever you connect this together, you're gonna have a list of things. That's what the customer jobs is. It's a list of things that your user is trying to achieve. A list of things that they have to do. And then you have your products and services on the left side that will find those needs, right? So with the customer profile, you clarify your customer understanding. That's the right side of our graphic there. With the value map, you describe how you intend to create value for that customer. And then you achieve fit between them when one connects with the other. Here's an example. These are the three main words in this process here: customer profile, value map, and finding fit. This is an example from a workshop that I ran last year with design students. And we looked at problems in the UN Sustainable Goals and looking at narrowing down in this whole process that I'm presenting here for you guys. From the problem statement, they got to this point of creating the value proposition canvas. And you see that here, we're thinking about three different levels of exploration: social, emotional, and financial. It's related to the tangible and lucrative and important items that we saw earlier. And you see that even like they did a really good job. This group did a really good job connecting the gains with the gain creators and the pains with the pain relievers. And even so, they did it in such a in-depth way that they needed another space to create the solution ideas, because they kept thinking of new ways of solving those issues that they were having. You see that the expansion that we have on the ideation here, it's much more fruitful than a group of people in a room shouting ideas. You know, this is a process that comes from what we're going to see in a little bit, the together alone type of approach for design. All right, that was a long route. So now we're going to talk a little bit about design sprint. So we saw how this is powerful, right? Like this mindset, this design thinking approach is very powerful to creating value to your users. Why design sprint changes the game a little bit? Design sprint is a step-by-step 5-day system for solving big problems and testing big ideas. This is the pitch from Jake Knapp from the AJ Smart, the guy that wrote the book Design Sprint. Here is the design thinking methodology process in a setting, right? So this comes from the Lean Startup book. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but you see that you come from data, goes to idea, you build that idea, and you launch, right? This is a process that has been working, right? It has been working, has been proving successful. But the problem is that every now and then, the build part is going to take forever. And then until you have that product to launch, until you have that launching, you cannot work with the data. You cannot understand how the data is connected to your user, right? So what the design sprint suggests is that we can do something, we can do this process moving a lot faster, going from idea to data right away. Here's how it's breaking down. It's a 1-week process, right? So each day of the week, like the people that are tasked to develop this new feature or new idea or new project are tasked to free their schedule just for a week. And then you can gather most of the stakeholders that are involved in that project together, hopefully in the same room. Monday is about mapping, right? It's mapping the problems that are in the world and defaulting to one key challenge. Tuesday is about sketching the ideas. So sketching the competing ideas and solution. And we do that in what's called a alone together mindset. So instead of co-creating it together, people work individually in possible solutions and then present it to gather feedback in the same day. After that, we get to a point where the best solutions are voted and decided together. And there's one person in the beginning of the workshop, of the design sprint workshop, that's going to be considered the decider. That could be the project manager, could be the lead designer. It depends on what you're trying to develop, right? And that person is going to look at all of the voting, all of the group work that you did, but they're going to decide alone what to build. And then comes to Thursday, that's the day where you're going to actually prototype. And here the world of the game is, what do I need to learn? What is the most important thing that I need to learn? And what is the least amount of work that I need to put to learn the thing that I need to learn? I'm going to repeat that because that's a mouthful. With all of the research that you did before, you contemplate what you need to learn, what you're trying to learn with this whole process. With the prototyping, that's the culmination of that, where you're going to have like an artifact for you to learn more about the question that you're asking. You see that this is a very similar process to what happens on the sciences, right? It's a assumption, proving assumption, developing method of analyzing, proving assumption, or discarding assumption. That's the methodology that we're talking about here. And then when we test it, we actually gather that quick and dirty data from the users. Testing with 5 users will give you enough input in your project to improve 80% of your features. It's a 20-80% Pareto principle, what's called. But only 5, it seems like you need a lot of people. That was my assumption in the beginning too. But with only 5 people, if you have people enough trained to understand how to guide an interview, you can gather a lot of insight into how to improve your project. So here are a couple of the design sprint principles. Again, like I mentioned already, the together alone. If you think about the divergent convergent phase of the double diamond, whenever you're diverging, it's together. Whenever you're converging, it's alone, right? So you diverge whenever you're analyzing the whole map of things of how the world is right now, and then you converge into a problem statement. You diverge when you're exploring different ideas, and then you converge when you're thinking about a prototype. It's the same principle, but very in a very rapid space. Tangible is better than discussion. That means that there's no fruitful conversation without having an artifact to share what you're thinking about. That means that whenever you're bringing an idea to the table, you already have some sort of way to communicating that's bigger than the words that you have for it. So you have a series of sketches, maybe you have a storyboard, maybe you have some aspect of that product, of that idea that you can share and learn more together. Getting started is better than being right? So that's, again, comes from this idea of like cutting the time from discussions and start acting right away. Start doing more, and then showing the concepts through what you're doing. And another one is related to what I said, that you shouldn't rely on creativity, right? Creativity is not like being a perfect design. It's not part of this process. This process is very scientific. You come from an assumption, you develop a way to test that assumption, you gather data on how that assumption was tested, and you validate or discard that assumption, right? So it's very methodic. And all of this is based on this principle from Seth Godin that fail fast and cheap, fail often in a way that doesn't kill you, right? Right, so wrapping it all up, right? So thinking about the bigger picture of these three frameworks that I'm presenting here today. Value proposition design is going to help you to make sure that you're solving for the right problem, focusing on who needs it and why. And in that case, you have to be very specific. Map your customer values, because they are business values. You see here that the customer jobs and the products and services in that map, they are the one and the same. So it's a whole new approach to the human-centered design methodology, where the business, the viability and the desirability part of that triad are connected, heavily connected. Designing thinking is going to help you to generate ideas, thinking about them alone together again. Prototyping for the most important thing that you need to learn. So focusing on that as a learning process, not as a releasing process. And knowing what to test, and especially who to test with. And then design sprint is going to help you to remember to work in small batches and to do less more often, right? That's a very important, like do less more often. If you do, if you're trying to implement a feature, you don't have to wait months in the line. With 1 week, you can get a very quick artifact to test if that is going to work with a larger audience. Where to go from now? So I separated here, and I'm going to share this presentation again in the chat as soon as I finish. I separated a couple of links for you to learn more, okay, about the design thinking process, about interaction design with the IXDA. The VPD, they have the book, the Value Proposition Design book, very illustrative. They have a bunch of illustrations, very, very colorful. And they have the website that's a companion to that book that has a lot of very good information as well. And then I saved an article here that discusses value proposition design a little bit a little bit more in depth. And then the design sprint tools. I've separated two. I think the two links that are going to be most important for you at this point is to look at the stories that made this work. Design sprint has been used by Procter & Gamble, Google, Airbnb, Sketch, many different big companies, and they have study cases for how that worked for them in this link. And also the design sprint kit. So the design sprint was generated while Jake Knapp was at Google. So Google has a lot of rights and has a lot of frameworks and little tools for you to implement that design sprint in your company or in your project. Another thing that I would like to address, I'm preparing a group, an independent study group for UC Davis students, starting on the spring. I'm putting together a proposal, and hopefully I'll have it ready by spring. And what I'm looking for, I already taught something similar for design students in the fall quarter. But what I'm looking to have now is to have a diverse group of interdisciplinary students that can learn together. And what we're going to be basing it off is in the UN Sustainable Goals. Okay, so if you are interested, I'm going to save the link here on the chat for a forms on Google, where I'm going to have your email, and whenever I have more information about this workshop, I'm going to release it. Probably, hopefully, on the spring. Everything is looking like it's going to happen on the spring. Okay, so I started this talk talking a little bit about creativity and asking if you guys considered yourselves creative. In the middle of the talk, I said that you shouldn't care about creativity, because according to David Kelly, creativity is the ability to take on problems that don't have a clear answer. Right, and I think that all of us, everyone that's here on a hackathon already has that. So you're all creative, I'm sure. Okay, thank you. That's all I had for today, and I'm gonna save the links here for you guys. I have on the chat. Type in here. Oops. So here is the Google Forms. That they have available. On the chat. And there. And here's a link to my presentation. And here. Okay, I'm open now for questions. If you guys have, I still have like 5 minutes. If you guys have any questions for me. Let's see. Right, I don't see. Right, okay, so yeah, that's what I had for you guys. If you have any questions, you can email me as well here on the, I'll type in my email in the chat as well. If you have any other questions about, do you guys have questions about the overall process?
I don't have a question. Well, like I'm gonna think about everything you talked about, but I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you think that all this process can be also useful, for example, when you are making a research proposal? Like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I think so. There's even a book that is called Design Thinking My Life or something like that. Design Thinking for Life. Or so it's what we have here is really an agnostic framework that you can use, right? Again, like I feel like if you would take one thing from this whole talk is this idea that the design thinking process is a scientific process of analyzing assumptions and recording data about assumptions and changing your assumptions based on the data that you collect. And all of these things that I'm introducing to you guys here, these three frameworks that I talked about, are different tools for you to do this simple thing of creating. It helps you to create better assumptions. The VPD helps you create better assumptions. The design thinking process helps you to analyze those assumptions better. and the design thinking process helps to make it faster, right? But it's basically these three things.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for you guys that participated. If you have any other questions, I'm open. You know, my email is available for you guys, and I'd love to see a more diverse group of people in this workshop by spring. It's going to be hopefully a 6-week, every week meeting, six meeting where we're going to meet every week and discuss this more in depth. I'm going to introduce a lot of these different tools that are available for everyone, and showing how to do that in action. Like by the end of last quarter, 3 groups have left the workshop with projects that won the Little Bang Awards. So it comes out with a very complete set of going from the theoretical part and experimenting that using the UN Sustainable Goals. Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
And let me know if you want to connect later. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out of HackDavis and hosting this workshop. A lot of great things. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, you can always send an email. And I think we'll go ahead and end this workshop. If there's any more questions from the YouTube live. Okay, I think Just let them know that they can leave the Zoom room. That's about it.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. Your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
Yeah, and just really enthusiastic about the just intersection of tech and entrepreneurship, which is what we're going to talk about today. And then Kai, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Priyanka. So I'm Kai. I'm also a junior at UC Berkeley. I'm studying mechanical engineering and business as part of the MET program. Something I'm very interested in is electronics, mechanics, and materials. So I'm excited to see what types of projects you guys have been working on and get some great pitches going.
Great. So I'll give an introduction to our fund. So we're a regular venture capital fund. We're not a club. And we identify the world's top early career engineers, designers, and product minds. And we connect them with a close-knit career-long support community, and we invest in the companies that they start or the companies that they join. Just to break that down a bit, essentially we do up to $500,000 investments, and we've done investments in all of the ranges in between, just from $5,000 checks on ideas we like, all the way up to leading pre-seed and seed venture capital rounds. And besides our investing activity, where we focus mostly on startups outside of or out of all types of universities, whether that's MBA programs, undergrad programs, grad programs. We also do a lot of just fund building initiatives. And one of the most recent initiatives we've been working on as a fund is something called Contrary Talent, which is open to anyone, not just people interested in like tech or venture capital, really anyone in any career path. And we've gathered a few hundred people that we think would be great founders one day, or are interested in joining an early stage company. And we put them in this career community where we send them opportunities to work at startups, connect them with people looking for co-founders or people for their founding teams, and also just host events with founders and people in the entrepreneurship space. So we're really active on all university campuses. We're at about 40 universities right now. And we are looking to expand that as well. So if you go to our website and you see that we're not at your school, then you should definitely, there's an email that you can look at and try to bring Contrary to your school. And just a bit more about our model. It's like 3 parts. There's the talent component, which I just talked about, where we're looking at engineers, designers, and product minds, and helping them find jobs at companies, whether that's founding or joining one. We also do the capital. So the investing has been part of our model since the first day. We understand that supporting companies is the best when you're giving them money and financially backing them up. And we want to invest in the best university companies, regardless of what school you're coming out of. And the last thing is community. So we host a lot of events on campuses just like this one, go to hackathons, have these pitch competitions, just to help people see if they want to become founders or they're interested in getting involved in this space. And so the reason that we're here today is we're especially interested in partnering with future builders. Technical talent is something that we emphasize a lot. And when we say technical talent, we don't mean just in software or technology. That's hardware talent, all types of engineering talent, as well as like designers, more product focused people, really all parts of talent when we say like future builders. So that's a really broad definition. So that's a little bit more about us. And so getting into the format for today, so we're gonna run, so we did an intro and we'll do a short pitch workshop where we just talk through some good practices for pitching and what we like to see in pitches, how you should structure pitches. And then we'll also give you some time in the middle to prepare for the pitch competition. So after hearing kind of what we're looking for and what we think belongs in a pitch. I'd imagine like you'd want to maybe, even if you have something prepared, like go back to the drawing board and prep a bit more. So we're going to give you that prep time, and then we'll run the pitch competition. So the format is we're going to do really, really short pitches. We just want to do 2 to 3 minutes. You can pitch your hack that you're working on today and talk about how you'd make it into a company, or you can talk about any startup idea you have. So this doesn't have to be something you've already built out, although we would definitely love to see like the hack you're working on here. And also slides are optional. So since they're really short, we don't think they're absolutely necessary, but if you have something to share on your screen, that's also something you can do. And the winner, so we'll pick one winner. I think we have about 20 or so, or a little over 20 people signed up. So we're gonna pick one winner to get a $500 prize directly from us. Yeah, so that's going to be just the format, and then I'll hand it over to Kai to start with the workshop on pitches.
Perfect, thanks Priyanka. So let's talk about how you guys can craft a great pitch. Okay, nice. Okay, so what do investors look for in pitches? Investors, at the end of the day, they're making a financial decision in your idea, in your company, in your hack, what have you. You have to remember that purpose. Some investors might be good with tech, like at least us in Contrary, where we've been working with the Berkeley environment. We're very like tech-focused people, like Priyanka's Eeks. A bunch of other of our pod members are also very technical, but a lot of investors are not. So you have to keep that in mind when you're pitching, and focus on the really big picture vision type stuff, not just the nitty gritty technical details. It's really cool to know like the algorithms that are working, that's like ML AI, but really at the end of the day, it's more of the vision and the big picture that's going to sell your idea to your investors. Comparisons to well-known companies and established companies are really helpful. You guys have probably seen like the 4-square chart showing like where your product or your thing compares to other industry existing companies and other products. So that's extremely helpful to basically provide a solid ground reference for investors to make a judgment of your product. And keep in mind as well, great technology doesn't always make great business and instant business. We have self-driving companies that are mostly focused on experiments, research and development. And actually at Berkeley, we've had experiences with really great technical founders that have extremely good, they've been working on like PhD ideas for 3, 4, 5 years for their companies. But it turns out that those ideas are not that marketable. They're very great research topics. They're very good PhD paper topics. But in terms of like return on investment, not very high. So keep in mind that when you're pitching as well. Keep in mind as well that pitching at a hackathon demo is completely different than pitching to a VC. There's different stakes involved. There's different things you want to highlight, different people behind it, and different environment.
Yeah, and then just to make like kind of the comparison between pitching to a VC versus pitching for like a hackathon prize, is that at a hackathon, they're more interested in what kind of like the internal components of your project, like what moving parts are you putting together, what like resources, APIs, that type of thing you've referenced in your work or have used in your work. And they're more focused on how you built something. Where when you're pitching to a VC, they might be interested in a few technical details if there's some very like proprietary technology or highly specialized algorithm or intellectual property or something like that. But they're more concerned about why you built something and where you think you can go with it. So that's like the one thing to keep in mind, is that with hackathons, it's about the how, and with VCs, it's more about the why.
Yeah, and I think as well, to go off of that, a lot of the time as a VC, you are also investing in the people, and talking about the why about your project gives a really great insight into what type of founder are you, what type of builder are you? Because it's one thing to just invest in a product, but investing in a founder team, you're actually investing in the team, and especially at the stage that Contrary focuses on, we're hedging a bet on the team with our investments. So that's the biggest thing. We really want to see, like, why are you making this pitch? Why is this interesting to you? What do you think you can do with it? Where will you take it? That type of stuff. So talking about that startup pitch, where the main points come in, everything should be centered about your problem and your solution. There's other parts to like longer pitches, especially with like later stage companies that are actually pitching to companies like Sequoia, firms that will actually be investing in Series A, B, C. But for these, for those pitches, you need like monetization plan, roadmap. But for this pitch, 2 to 3 minutes, the focus is really problem and solution. That's really what's going to highlight, you know, why are you thinking about this? Maybe talk about like pain points that you've had in your experience, pain points that you've seen like family, friends, people around you have. That makes it really personal and also really instantly relatable to whoever's listening to it. Keeping it short is really critical. Brevity is critical. VC pitch time is not as, it's extremely expensive. So no unnecessary information, no hypotheticals, really stick to facts. If you have evidence, if you have proof, really show that. If you have concrete like prototypes built, use that to show your stuff. Don't just be all talk, you know, walk the walk as well as talking the talk. Taglines, mottos, slogans, those are all helpful. You really want to make sure your pitch leaves something in the VC's mind. You don't want the VC to walk away from your pitch thinking, oh, that was kind of meh, you know, it was a good product, but I don't think really, like, I'm not really excited. You want them to be like, no, where can I write a check? Like, where can I send this check immediately, right? You want them to have that type of takeaway from your pitch. And these types of taglines, mottos really help you stand out in their minds. I am muted. My apologies. In terms of general principles of pitching, you should know what type of fund and what type of investors you're pitching to, really doing your research on who you're talking to, what their expertise is. A lot of the time, venture partners have specific verticals that they work with and they're specialized in. So really knowing like what type of portfolio companies do they have? What have they invested in the past? That's really important. Keep in mind as well, to catapult the start of your pitch, every pitch is a story. And with a story, the intro is the part that hooks you in. So you need a good intro. Otherwise, your VCs are not going to be very attentive to your pitch, and it's not really going to stick out in their mind. You can let one person do the talking, especially in short pitches. That's usually the most efficient way you can do it. And then maybe have another person answer questions or add on tiny little tidbits. It just usually helps with cohesiveness, less friction between like switching people, knowing who's doing what. There's always some time lost between like switching people who are talking. So just letting one person do the talking makes it a lot more efficient. And then answering the little man, you have to listen to your own pitch and think about, okay, what sort of doubts do I have coming in my mind right now? What are sort of questions that people could be asking? So why does that matter? Questions that people are going to ask so they don't come up as questions. You should answer them at the very beginning, or at least as part of your pitch, so that when those questions come up in someone's mind, they'll say, oh, okay, they already answered that. I understand now. Or at least if they do ask that question at the end, you can say, I can show you on slide 3 that this is what we covered and this is our answer to that question. So that always helps, like preemptively identifying certain criticisms that people may have with your product, with your idea, always helps. And it really also bolsters your pitch in the whole sense. Don't also recite or try to memorize a pitch word for word. It's really painfully obvious when you have someone reading to you. It doesn't seem as genuine. They don't seem as excited. It seems like, you know, they're standing in front of the class reading off of like a script in like senior year high school, right? Like reading something. It doesn't seem super genuine. And people can sniff that out like immediately. We've had a lot of experiences as part of Contrary of like very canned pitches, and I can't tell you enough as to how much that like turns you off as an investor just completely. You'll just immediately say, okay, this is not worth my time. So don't try to memorize the pitch. It's always good to memorize like what you're trying to say. what am I trying to come across in this slide? What's the main point? If you have extremely like important points that you want to cover, or numbers that you can't really miss out, some percentages or statistics that really support your point, you can put those in the speaker notes underneath your slides, and then those don't show up on your slides and you don't have to memorize them. You can just read off of there and kind of riff off of that. So that's really helped a lot of times with pitches. And those speaker notes, sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just saying, like, the speaker notes functionality is extremely important. It's like one of the most useful things in like PowerPoint and slides that you can use.
Yeah, so I also wanted to emphasize with the preparation, when you're pitching to a specific VC fund, it's very easy to actually tell what they're looking for, because most of these funds will publish online like what their list of like values and principles are, and specifically what they look for. And the way that they'll do this is investors like to do what they call theses. And so theses are like, for an individual investor, they say like, what do I think is going to be like a good investment this year? What do I think are like the hot trends in this industry? What types of companies am I looking for? And lucky for founders, VCs love to publish these things online. They often do blog posts at the beginning of the year. In fact, like just recently in the past 2 weeks, most of the big like name brand VC funds have published their theses, where they will like explicitly list out like what they want to invest in, what they think are like industries they're excited in. So some of the recurring themes that I've seen in theses for 2021, one is definitely they want to invest in like future of work companies, especially like software that makes like productivity at home or like remote productivity easier, because remote work will be around for a while. So of course VCs want to invest in the next Zoom, the next Slack, or the next Trello. So that's one thesis I've been seeing really often. And I think one other thing is that lots of VCs are now like looking more at if teams can hold up to things like pandemics. That's something that they didn't consider in the past, but like a business that's able to adapt quickly to, you know, unexpected, like very low probability events like this. I think that's going to be one other thing that I've seen a lot in theses for 2021. So in the case that you're ever pitching to a specific VC, you've got to go look up what they're tweeting, what they're posting on their blog, because they will really explicitly say like what they want to invest in and what they think is going to be like the next great idea. And so with Contrary specifically, there's two big things that we emphasize in all of the things that we put out on the internet. One is definitely team. We look for super committed teams because in college, a lot of people want to just try starting out a company but might not be as serious about it. So we're looking for very committed founders who are ready to go all in on the company. And the second thing that Contrary emphasizes and posts about a lot is traction as well. And we like to see like you've built something out and you're able to prove that someone wants to use it. So yeah, the preparation component, it's a super obvious thing to do. So that's pretty important.
Perfect. Yeah. So let's talk about some common pitch mistakes you may come across or encounter. So make sure not to focus too much on the technical details. Like I talked about before, the audience, which in this case are the VCs, they don't really want to know like the very nitty gritty technical stuff, like a hackathon demo might want to know. It's cool to know, it's cool to have like reference slides. You can always have your bulk pitch at the very beginning where that's what you're going to actually show to the investors, but you can have reference slides after where you have all like the cool technical details, all the cool stats. So in case an investor comes around that says, hey, I want to know like what's the technology behind this, you can say, oh, okay, I'll just go to this slide, a reference slide where we have that, and you can immediately pull that up. And that also shows like an extraordinary amount of preparation that you already had that like technical question prepared for, and you have a reference slide. So that's super helpful. Also, don't not explain where you're with your idea. You need to clearly say, is it built out? How much research you've done? Show that you really know what's up with your project and what's up with your plan, especially like competitors, space, that type of stuff. You really need to know that when you're pitching to someone, because that's what they're going to ask. And obviously, understanding who you're pitching to is extremely important. Not knowing that can basically kill your pitch. Like Priyanka said, you should look at these theses and see, okay, does my pitch align with their goals? I think a lot of the time when investors send out these theses and these Twitter posts, they're kind of signaling to founders, hey, this is what I want. I have money. Come to me and pitch to me because I have the money, right? That's what they're signaling to founders, and you can really take advantage of that. Because if a VC is saying, I want X technology, and you have X technology, that's like a green light for you to go to them, right? So really, a common pitch mistake is not knowing that and maybe going to the wrong investor or talking to the wrong people as well. Make sure your goals align with them. And also remember not to get too much into your solution without demonstrating that your problem is really a real need and could also be a big business one day. I think, especially on the technical side, yeah, I've interacted with a lot of like technical founders, a lot of PhD people from like Lawrence Berkeley Lab, and they really like to focus on the solution and say, this is such an amazing solution. It's like, you know, it's this like cure for everything. It can do this, it can do that, it can do this, it can solve so many problems, but they don't really talk about like how it can become a business. And remember that when a VC is investing or looking to invest, they need to make a return on that investment in order to want that. If your idea or project company doesn't encourage that and doesn't really like inspire in the investor's mind, like if you don't see the dollar signs light up in their head or in their eyes, like that's a little bit bad, right? So you should know that you want to present this as something that can become like the next unicorn, decacorn, that type of stuff. That's the goal, right? But obviously not everything works that way, but you should still have a really clear idea of like, you know, is this going to become a big business? Does this satisfy a real need that we can do today? Is this like super concrete? That really helps with your presentation.
Just an example of a company where it's like a great solution, but not a huge business is we last year talked to a company that made these special chips that you can put on packages, and they have all these cool features like tracking the temperature that the package is in, and like all the distances it's traveled, and it's like automatically scans the packages and all of that. And it's this like universal, really cool little like stamp to put on packages. And it's a great solution. But this founder who had been working on this for like a decade too, as part of like postdoc and PhD research, he wasn't able to explain why exactly this is necessary. They use like shipping labels for that. People are doing these manual scans on packages in factories and things, and that isn't really a big problem for them. That it seems to be working fine for them. So even though he was presenting like, hey, like I've invented this universal chip that it's super cool, has all these cool features, it's not really worth their money, and they didn't really need it. And it's more like a nice to have, not like a absolutely need to have this, or else we're going out of business. So that's like the reason that we didn't invest. So that's one thing, especially with technical founders, is that having a solution with no problem that it's solving is not going to get you an investment, just because it's cool technology, but it's not a cool product. And sometimes you can, change cool technology that you've invented into something that's marketable, and that can eventually be sold after doing some research and stuff. So the next thing that I'm going to talk about is taking your hack beyond today. So I know that people who are coming to this are probably interested in entrepreneurship, or maybe taking like their hacks more seriously or turning them into companies after this. So I'll talk about some resources and opportunities. So the biggest opportunity I think that is there in college, but kind of goes away once you graduate is there are these college-focused funds who are really looking to support like university entrepreneurs. So there's Contrary, and we're investing in like more late companies, so around $500,000, and then Dorm Room Fund and Rough Draft Ventures, they do more like $10,000 to $20,000 for earlier stage companies. And these funds are a really great resource because these can be some of the easiest ways to get like a high quality investor in your company, and also get like the help that you need as maybe a first time founder. And yeah, so these are really great opportunities which aren't really available outside of the college ecosystem. Like Contrary will invest in people like maybe a year or two after they've graduated. But once you're like completely out of the university ecosystem, that opportunity is not there anymore. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you're not only limited to these college focused funds. There's big VCs, like institutional venture capital funds, like the big name brand funds, who will invest in current students. But the thing is that the stakes are going to be a bit higher for them. Because the younger and less experienced you are, the more of kind of a liability you are to them. They don't know if you'll be a great founder if you're just starting out in your career. So sometimes they'll have special conditions, such as that you have to work on this full time after graduating, or they expect you to drop out or take a year of leave to work on the company, because their biggest concern is that, why would I invest in a college student who has a million other time commitments when I could invest in someone who's out of college and can commit to the company fully? So that's just like the word of caution with bigger VC funds, is that they usually will have pretty strict conditions if they're investing in college students. And then another huge opportunity that's really unique to college is equity-free funding. So the first 2 points, you have to give away a percentage of your company, or give this investor a stake in your company. But there's so many opportunities to be funded where you actually don't have to give up any equity. So lots of companies, organizations, and institutions will have these like grant opportunities where they'll essentially just give you money without taking any percentage of your company. These are like some of the best opportunities for college students, especially if you don't know if you want to be serious about the company yet and you just want to try things out, and some funding would help with that. So one is that pitch competitions, just like this one, lots of the prizes at HackDavis can help you take the prize money can help you take the company kind of far, right? Can help you buy more resources, or maybe spend some more time on the project, or buy more hardware. So pitch competitions and hackathons are great. One really awesome one is the UC launch competition. So this is one that's open to anyone at any UC school. And yeah, that's a really great competition, because they also have a lot of really prestigious VCs at their demo day. So they'll help you kind of get another round of funding after doing their competition. And a lot of you might have heard of Y Combinator. And while getting into Y Combinator is very competitive, and a hack might not get into Y Combinator, they have what's called the Startup School Grant, where if you go through their like online training program, and they'll teach you about startups and like building a company and all of that, they actually have this $15,000 grant that they give out to the top like 20 or so companies who did startup school. So this is really great also for if you don't think you're ready to like fully commit and apply to Y Combinator, but you want to get involved with this and learn more, that's a great opportunity too. And they give it out to a lot of students as well. Most of the winners are like recent grads or current students. And then you've also probably heard of the terms like incubator, accelerator, fellowship. So I'll just like kind of go through the differences between those. So incubators and accelerators, they're usually like semester-long programs where you have like a specific end goal. So for a lot of them, it's that you have a demo day and you're going to raise money after you're done with the accelerator, and they'll often maybe give you a little bit of starter money, like a few $1,000s, without taking any stake in your company, like equity. And they'll usually also be very supportive. Like they might have like a instructional component, like a startup class type of thing. And they might also bring in speakers and advisors and that type of thing. So those are for if you want your startup to be in a environment where it can get a lot of support and have a lot of different people looking at it and helping you out with your ideas. So that's a really great opportunity. And most schools have some type of incubator or accelerator program. Like often it's structured as a class, like you can take an entrepreneurship class and it's essentially like an incubator where you're working on the idea for a semester. And sometimes it'll be run by like a club on campus or something along that line. And then the other thing is you might have heard the term fellowship. So some VC funds run like fellowships where they place you at a startup that they've invested in for like a summer internship. But there's also fellowships that some schools run where you come in knowing that you want to start a company or come up with an idea, but you don't really have that idea yet. So fellowships are often more open-ended, and your result from the fellowship is like a business plan or a startup idea. And so just like if you're going to investors, applying to accelerators and incubators, they have specific wants from student founders. So as I mentioned before, they look for a commitment above anything else. So if you've graduated, they expect you definitely to be quitting your job to work on your company eventually. A lot of times people will start out working a full-time job or like a day job and also working on their company, and then eventually kind of take the leap and start working on their company full time. But if you've graduated college, they expect you to have some idea on how to do that. You do have to really be a full-time entrepreneur if you're going to take outside investment. And if you're still in school, they want to see that you can balance being a founder, because they know that you might want to finish your degree or like stay in school for the next few years, but they probably do expect you to like work on it full time after graduation, or they'll talk about like their specific terms for university founders. And honestly, like my best word of advice is that the university environment is a unique place to build a company. And if you want to give it a shot, it's like really the best time to do it. Your general risks are lower when you're building in the college ecosystem, because if it doesn't work out, like you can get the degree and get your regular job or follow whatever path you were going to do anyway. You have access to so many resources and sources of funding, which they're not going to give to you once you graduate. It's way harder to raise money, for example, after you've graduated. You also, like for technical founders, you're working on like an app or some software, for example, you have access to really great technical help on campus. So regardless of where you go to school, there's grad students, professors, other really talented undergrads who are all probably, you can persuade people to take an interest in your company and come on as an advisor or a co-founder, especially like in college. That's a great place to find a co-founder. If you already have friends you've worked on projects with, like those are going to be great people to be co-founders. And one last thing is that your .edu email address is very meaningful regardless of where you go to school. So there might be, you might not like go to a school where there's a lot of entrepreneurship resources, or that's like not really a big, it's not really a big focus on campus, and you don't know a lot of student founders or people who are starting companies. But definitely the fact that you have this .edu email address, an investor is going to like look twice at that, regardless of where you go to school. Because one of the big competitions in venture capital is getting to founders early, before anybody else does, and being like the first investor. And if you're a student and you're starting your first company and they like the idea, they're definitely going to like that they've found you early and can like build that relationship with you early on. So yeah, I think like even if you don't know a lot of founders or go to like a, say like entrepreneurial school, that doesn't really matter, because just being a university student is super attractive to investors anyway, because they know like there's so much talent and potential at that stage. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and move into Q&A. So I'll start with the first question Simon asked in the chat and said, I think everyone knows that Shark Tank is pretty popular. What are some of the differences between pitches contrary years versus what's on Shark Tank? So this is a great question. This really comes down to the type of business. So there's two specific like types of like revenue models or like profit models for businesses. One is called a lifestyle business and the other is called like a growth business. So a lifestyle business is something that it's in the name. It can help like sustain someone's lifestyle. They can maybe hire a few people, keep it running to pay their expenses and pay themselves a salary, but they don't expect to grow it beyond a certain point. So lifestyle businesses are often like food and beverage brands, clothing brands, things like boutiques or shops, or a lot of the local services companies like landscaping, like construction. Those are mostly lifestyle businesses where they don't expect like crazy exponential growth. They want to grow to a certain point, maybe a few $1 million in revenue. And at that point, they're not going to make much more effort to grow beyond that. So Shark Tank, most of the businesses that go on there are lifestyle businesses that don't expect crazy exponential growth. And even though they are doing like percentage investments and it's kind of similar to venture capital, the reason that they're going to Shark Tank is a lot more for publicity than the fact that they like actually need the investment, because those are lifestyle businesses for the most part. Yeah, so that's one thing with Shark Tank. But venture capital businesses, the reason you don't see a lot of like software companies on Shark Tank, for example, is because they expect what's called venture scale returns, which is like multiplying an investment by 10x, 100x. Like there's so many IPOs this year and last year, for example, of like software companies which have gotten like hundreds, thousands of multiples of return on investment. So Shark Tank businesses generally don't reach that scale, which is why they go to kind of seek like a publicity type of investment opportunity. Yeah, I think that's the main difference. Another thing I'll say is that on Shark Tank, the terms that they offer the founders, like for example, buying 50% of their business, that's like unheard of in venture capital. VCs will never ask to buy like 50% of a business. That's very rare. And the kind of valuations that they do are also pretty low compared to VC valuations. Those are more in the billions, where Shark Tank businesses are in the millions. So hopefully that answered the question.
I think I want to quickly add something there as well. Like Shark Tank is TV and it has to be super dramatized. Like I'm sure it's very entertaining to watch Mr. Wonderful yell at someone for having a bad pitch, but like in those 5 minutes, that is not really how VC works. Like in our cycles, at least, it takes like weeks to talk with founders. You might even have multiple meetings with different members of the team, talking about different stuff, and then you have to make the decision. So it's not like 5 minutes pitch and then you get the money in your pocket. It's way more thought out than that, and it's way more like really a lot goes on behind the scenes as well. Shark Tank is TV and has to be super dramatized, so just keep that in mind. And no commercial breaks in VC pitches.
Yeah. Great. So the next question is from Amanda, who asked, if our hack is more social good oriented, do you have to explain how we would monetize it? So this is a bit, I guess, like this is a bit of like a more about like what the goals of who you're pitching to are. So just to be like totally transparent with our pitches, we're like if you have, like when you're pitching to us today, we understand that these are mostly just ideas or like prototypes, and like you've just been like spending like the past 24, 48 hours hacking on something. So we're not as concerned as with like the financial quality of like an investment it would be. And we're more concerned about like three things really: the delivery of your pitch, the quality of your idea, and I think the creativity aspect as well. So this is definitely like less of like, would we invest in this, and more of, are you pitching well? Is this a good idea? And have you thought this out? So if it's social good oriented, the way that you can kind of explain monetization, maybe not in the pitch today, but in general, is how you're going to attract donations. So there are really huge nonprofits. Some examples are Khan Academy, the Chan Zuckerberg Foundation, who they have to still explain to people who are their donors or giving them money, what they're going to do with their money, what they're going to do if given X amount of donations. So there's still kind of like a financial feasibility part involved, but it's less about how are we going to make money, and it's more like, if you give us a donation or contribute to us or give us a grant or something, how are we going to make the best use of that money? Why is our company or our idea the best thing to donate to? Because in social good things or nonprofits, you're not really pitching to investors, you're pitching to donors. But for today's purposes, I think definitely just focus on delivery, creativity, and like quality of pitch. Because we know in 3-minute pitches, you can't really talk about like business models or anything like that too in detail. Great. So the next question is, what's your thoughts on the mindset of investors in these times? COVID-19, there's no personal meeting. You're worried about the founder when they're asking for millions, raising millions without ever meeting in person. Yeah, this is a great question. I think one thing is that lots of VCs are still meeting people in person. They're going on walks and stuff like that, probably. I really highly doubt that there have been lots of investments made without meeting founders in person. I'm sure they take precautions and whatnot, but I will say that it's very rare to get money without meeting in person, even in COVID times, just because like the possibility of like being scammed, for example, is just like so high if you're not meeting someone in person. So I'm sure they are meeting in person. Like for us, we have made investments without meeting teams in person because we are a university focused fund. So we're not investing as high stakes, but if they're investing like millions of dollars, and making really large investments, I think there will be some degree of like in-person meetings still happening. I think another thing is that a common misconception with like venture capital is that someone just like pitches an idea and then they're getting an investment immediately after. That's not true. Usually what happens is there will have been an existing relationship between a VC and a founder, because founders want to build relationships with people they want investments from, like sometimes years before they actually want a check. So there are companies that like I've been talking to since my first semester of college, because it's like more about like making sure you have that investor support and they're really updated on all your progress. So that's another thing, is I'm sure that there were existing relationships and that's what investments were made out of. But that's an interesting question. Okay, and then this other question is about how VCs are looking at decentralized organizations, DAOs, and blockchain as an investment. So one thing is that there are actually lots of VC funds that specialize only in blockchain specific like technologies. Like one of our team members, Sunil, who works with us at Berkeley, he works at a place called Polychain, which is just focused on blockchain investments. So I think a lot of traditional VCs stay away from it just because they don't know a lot about the space, or a lot of them might have different ideas about like that, because it is definitely a bit like controversial. But I know that there are tons of VC funds and individual investors who are just focused on blockchain investments and things like in that space. So that's what I think most blockchain companies are getting their funding from, is like from investors who are just focused on that industry. Great. Yeah, I'll give a minute or two if anyone else wants to type in some questions or has anything else.
Yes, we'll be starting pitches right now, right after this question.
Yeah. So could you clarify what you mean? Like, do you mean with like with Contrary, or just like our own work experiences, or? Oh, okay. Yeah. I think just like I think we can actually, since it's 5:48, we might have time to do like a 5-minute break or something, so then people can like gather with their teams and like reconvene and stuff. So we can probably start like right like maybe 5 minutes before 3, so then everyone just like can decompress. Yeah, so just like personal experiences, I worked at a startup the summer before college. And then I think my involvement has been more with VC stuff since coming to college. I did research at a consumer fund last summer, along with like a regular internship, just like for fun. And I've been advising companies. And I think the other thing that's like really helped with like in terms of entrepreneurial involvements is at Berkeley there's a lot of like startup communities. So one of those is Sigma Eta Pi, which is like a entrepreneurship dedicated fraternity, and Kai and I are actually both in that. And then there's another group called Kairos, which is like an entrepreneur society where we talk more about like ideas and have like debates and things like that. So yeah, that's like just my loose involvement, I guess. But yeah, Kai, do you want to talk a bit about your experience?
Sure. Yeah, I similar. Worked in like carbon nanotube startup research group type. It turned out to be very shady, so I left. But yeah, same as well. Sigma Eta Pi. That's been a blast with making like random projects and startup ideas. Some people have done really great stuff there. I think someone has started like a social good startup page sort of thing. And someone else has, I believe, done like a vegan cooking thing. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, we can get right into the break then.
Yep, we'll just take a short break for 5 minutes and then I will make an announcement. I'll move our contrary representatives into breakout rooms, and then I'll be making an announcement when we'll be starting our pitches, and we'll move you guys into breakout rooms so you can make your pitches, and then you guys can leave immediately after. No need to stay the whole time.
All right, testing, testing. Testing, testing. You guys should be able to hear me. Let's see. Oh. I don't hear any music though. Test. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear the music? Can we hear the music? Ooh. Hello from HackDavis. Everybody welcome. I think, hold on. Can you hear it now, is my question. There we go. Now I can hear it. Hello from HackDavis, everybody. SpaghettiOs, yes. First and foremost, my name is Leon Brunson. I'm a chef from Florida. We got a little bleed over here, it's all right. I'm a chef from Florida. I was actually just making this sandwich. Before we got started, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to HackDavis for giving me this opportunity. How's the weekend been going for everybody? Because here's the thing. Zyber says, how are you gonna eat before you eat? Because when I cook, I'm not too hungry for what I'm like eating. Like I'm cooking and then I'll eat and I'll be like, I don't want that. This is what I made. It was a sandwich with some prime rib, ham, ham, turkey, and more beef, and I just pressed it in brioche bun. Really good stuff. Any vegan options? So, today's recipe is not vegan, but it can be made vegan with the proper ingredients. So the techniques that you learn from today can still be applied if you're a vegan. That's the most important part. You would just have to substitute out noodles for something else. So really today, the goals for today is to approach something fun, you know, have fun with some cooking, but at the same time still get a little bit of technique in it as well. So I was thinking about what's fun, like what is something relatable? And I almost did a quesadilla. I was like, quesadillas are cool, but they're not as like involved. Like I'm not like teaching a lot with quesadillas. But with SpaghettiOs, now we're talking. Check me out. So we have the same noodle that SpaghettiOs are made out of, right? So why don't I just make this, but make it legit? Like make it really, really good. So, if you guys don't know this is one of my favorite comfort foods. Exactly what I said, how I would eat after food. That sandwich is so good. So these are my favorites, okay? So here's how you have to approach these. These are the best ones. These taste completely different than the cans, right? So these SpaghettiOs, these taste like the can. These have their own little flavor. So I always like to peel the bottom off first, just for good measure. It's something I do, you know, have a little fun with it. All right, and then the trick is opening it, and so, oops. Oh, no chat on the screen. Oh, thank you. Cheers from HackDavis Director. Thank you. What's down, dog? Fish Panda, thank you for the follow. Let's get this rolling. Oops. Oops. Boom. All right, so I usually microwave these, but for time's sake, I'm not going to. You know, you take this off. And so the first thing you notice, I had to approach this as like a chef aspect, right? The first thing you notice is its consistency. There are no chunks. It's just pure tomato. That's what makes, this is what makes SpaghettiOs. Look at this. Like the second, look at that. Clean. It's like a puree, right? And so you got little meatballs in here. You got the O's. You got a lot of stuff going on. It's thick. It's got some viscosity. Okay, so let's taste it. Gooey. These are all things I thought about when I was making this. Let's get a meatball as well. All right, so before you think of it, a couple things to note. The sauce is sweet. The meatballs have very little texture. Dude, you live near Chef Boyardee? You live near a celebrity. So, when I was thinking about how to do this, I need to make a tomato sauce that is strong in tomato flavor. Something that's sweet, not something that's so like rich, but something delicious. And there's no texture in this. Just straight SpaghettiOs, right? So let's get started. So I want to make this the most intense tomato flavor there is. Foxy Long, thank you for the subscription. HackDavis, welcome everybody. So let's get it going. So first thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna use these puree tomatoes right here. Okay, they're a little acidic, they're a little sweet, they're not anything crazy, but I need to fight against time. Like I don't have 3 hours to sit here and make those delicious, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to roast these tomatoes. So let's go ahead and get 24 ounces of this tomato puree. And I'll actually go a little, yeah, 24 will be good. And so I'm actually gonna taste what these taste like again in reference to what we're trying to get. So, very acidic. So we need to get this to be sweet. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take these two sheet pans. And this is a technique I really thought about myself. Now what it is we're gonna roast these tomatoes. So I'm just gonna pour them on a sheet pan. Pour about half, pour about half. Excuse me. As a matter of fact, let's go a little more. Let's fill it up, because it's gonna roast pretty hard. All right. And so to intensify this tomato flavor, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roast them around 400 degrees in an oven. And so this technique is what it's gonna do, is it's gonna basically get rid of all the moisture and sweeten these tomatoes with that high temperature in the oven. So these I can let go, and we're gonna get started on the meatballs next. So I have never made this before. It's been something I've been thinking about making for a very long time. So this could go great, or this could go amazing. It's not gonna go bad though. It's important to understand. There are no bad experiments. You learn something from everything. keep it going. So, next, we need to make some meatballs. So if you're a vegan, this is the part that would omit you. So let's check us out here. And what we've got here, if you join me here, you'll see I've got some breadcrumbs, some cheese, some garlic, and a couple eggs, some more cheese, some ground lamb, ground beef, and some basil. So let's get started. So we're not even gonna touch the meat first. We're gonna get all the dry ingredients together first. So we're gonna take the breadcrumbs, we're gonna take the cheese, I'm gonna grate a little more cheese. All right, that should be good. I'm gonna put that in there. Let me get my bench scrape. It's like my favorite tool to cook with, everybody. It's this thing right here. It's the best tool in the world. So I'll show you here. I have all this cheese. I just get it up, boom. Call it a day. So now, I've got all these ingredients together. We're just gonna mix them up a little bit. So this is Pecorino Romano, and I forgot what kind of cheese this is. It's a cheese from Publix. It's a type of Parmesan, but goodness gracious alive, for the life of me, I cannot think about what it's called. I took the label off, and it's a younger, God, I cannot think about it. So we're gonna put a little bit of dried oregano in here. It's good though, it's delicious. The second I figure it out, a little bit of dried oregano. I want some heat to these guys, so maybe a little Aleppo pepper. Not a lot. And so now we have all this, and we're gonna set this to the side. Now we're going to do the wet. So I'm going to take just a splash, probably a couple tablespoons, of milk. I think that's good. I'm gonna do 2 eggs. And let me show this real quick as I crack the first egg. When I crack my eggs, I use a one-handed technique because it's pretty efficient. So I'll just show here, just for some reference, I used to work at Waffle House for about 4 years. So I've had to crack a fair amount of eggs in my lifetime. So when you crack an egg, what you're gonna do is you don't wanna crack it against the edge of the bowl. Rather, you wanna hit it on the bottom and then move it. And yes, it is lamb. Are you classically trained in college? How did you get into it? Very impressed with your setup, super impressed. I would not say classically trained. So crack it, and then with one movement, get it. So I would not say classically trained. I did go to culinary school, but I was in a kitchen when I was 18, and I just wanted to learn how to cook because I worked at Waffle House. So the most important thing to me was getting experience, getting in the field and seeing if this was a job I wanted to continue doing. And the more I learned, it was almost funny, it was like the more I became overwhelmed, but the better I wanted to get at my job. So we're gonna use a tiny whisk because all the other whisks are dirty. Can I get my SpaghettiOs chunked, capped, and smothered? Can I also get them with gravy on side, please? Thank you. For all you Babish fans, we do have some tiny whisks. And so next, I'm going to take this basil, and basil is very delicate. Basil is very delicate, so what you want to do is I'm going to take a couple leaves off. I'm going to show you guys how to cut some basil. So if you ever grow basil, you've got this basil here, right? And if you've rolled a sushi roll, that's the analogy I like to use most, then you'll be pretty good at rolling this. So you don't you know, just you know it is. So this is gonna be a chiffonade. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to roll this basil. We're gonna get up here. And so you can kind of see me doing it right here. I'm gonna roll the basil, but I don't wanna roll it tight. You're gonna see what's happening next. Just wanna roll it, you know, something like that. And then when I cut the basil for this, I'm gonna use a sharp knife. And what's gonna happen is I'm just gonna run this knife along because I don't wanna bruise this basil. It's very fragrant, it's very delicate. You just want it to be running through your product. Oh, Bromy, thank you for, I love rolling greens, you know, it is what it is. Hello, Raiders. So take your rolled green and we're gonna put that in the dry. And so we've got this mixture right there. We've got some basil, we've got a little bit of garlic powder, herbs. And at this point, what we're gonna do is now that we have those, I'm gonna whisk in my mixture here. And I don't even think I'll whisk it. I'm gonna use a rubber spatula. We're gonna see how that works. I love these guys. So these rubber spatulas, I swear by them. I love it, I love it. Adding 831, thank you for the follow. And so I'm gonna add the dry to the wet. And I'm just gonna mix it in. And so with this technique, I actually learned that what's happening is you're not overworking your meat. So you're gonna get all the mixture together combined here. And then when you make those, when I get my beef out, it's all gonna make sense. I'm making some SpaghettiOs. So now this right here is essentially the binding for my meat. So I'm gonna set that aside. And I'm going to get one large bowl. Is it as good as yes, it's better than SpongeBob's spatula. Bromy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid, sorry. Appreciate it. Hope the stream was good. I was in there for a second. I didn't get to stay long. And so we're gonna take half of this ground chuck. So I like 80-20. Get a decent blend here. Publix. Take half of this. Can you use Impossible meat? You sure can. I think you can. I haven't worked with Impossible meat myself. I've grilled it a couple times, but I'm not very versed in like what it can and can't take. But I do imagine the concept here is pretty similar. You'd be taking some Impossible meat and thickening it with a little bit of panko. So we're gonna take half the lamb. I really, really enjoy the flavor of lamb. So we're gonna take that lamb. And so now, everybody, welcome from HackDavis, where you don't get sleep because you're trying to code. All right, so now at this point, we're gonna add these mixtures together to make our meatballs. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add this. This should be a little more wet, but we'll see. And I'm going to pull this meat apart and be very delicate and work that in there because I don't want to overwork it. I just want to like pull it apart so it gets you know, worked into that mixture until it's all worked. So then take all this beef. So there you go. There we go. Because the key is to get something, to get that texture perfect. Like we want them to be smooth, but we want them to hold up like a spaghetti meatball. Again, this is my first time making this, but I do understand basic properties of meat. And so we're gonna keep that folding. Oh, I see my hair's in there. And we're gonna keep that going just one more time. And so this panko will actually stick to, it'll continue to absorb the moisture from the lamb. So eventually at some point we're gonna make very tiny meatballs this size. How's your watch charge? It's full. I've been on it. I've been on it with my watch. I think I did some update and it really fixed the battery time. I'll tell you, the iPhone 12's battery time is insanely good. Like this isn't like your run-of-the-mill iPhone update. It's actually pretty damn good. And so now I'm gonna season it with a little bit of salt and pepper. And we're gonna let it sit. And so next, yeah, lamb can stink. To be completely fair, lamb can stink. So it's important to know, like, if you're a smell person and you smell raw, like lamb before it's cooked, I could understand never liking or wanting to eat lamb again. Someone said I had a calming voice. I think that's a first. Yeah, I get away with probably about like a day. I got a 12 Pro Max. I get away with about a day, but I'm on my phone, you know. I'm in there. Kosher salt for sure. I like kosher salt, bigger crystals, diamond crystals, or what's the other brand? Morton. I use Morton for being honest. So these meatballs we're going to let sit for about what do you guys say? 10 minutes. We're gonna let that panko come together. And then we'll be back, and what we're gonna do is we're going to sear them. And we're gonna sear them to get a lot of good color on it. All right, and so now this is where the fun part begins. Yeah, you know, I got a little 12 Pro Max in the spot, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I had to, the camera got me. The camera got me. I understand that the Pro Max and the 12 camera, the difference is negligible, but I was stuck. I was like, you know what? I need it. I justified it to myself. So, get you in 4K. We done caught you in 4K. All right, so the next step is to eat a little bit of the sandwich that we made earlier. Drink a little water. Guys, think I can do it? Oh! All right, anyway. Our next step is actually going to be forming the meatballs and searing them. So I'm gonna take a quick break as those go, and then we can get right into the next. Actually, we can keep going. So this is what we're gonna do. The next thing that's important is going to be this onion. So how many of you guys go to the store and you get you get the onions that are already in the little package. They're cut. You see a lot of moisture at the bottom. You pay like $3.99 for them, and you're like, this is the onion I need. This is the onion for me. I just need this much. I'm gonna pay this much. Well, this onion right here cost me about a couple cents. It's not very expensive, but if you know how to cut it, you can save a lot of money, and you can always have something in your fridge to get ready to start cooking. So this is a base aromatic for anything that you need to start cooking, maybe making a sauce, a curry, you want some grilled onions on your burger. Like, the opportunities are endless with an onion, the most valuable ingredient in the kitchen. So I always say the fundamentals of cooking start with an onion, knowing how to cut an onion. And yeah, I keep onions around. Keep onions in the fridge. You can keep them in the fridge or you can keep them out. So we're gonna cut this off. And so the important part here is take the skin off. The important part here is that we want these onions to be, we don't want them to exist. We don't want these onions to show up anywhere in our sauce. We don't want any trace that these onions were a part of this sauce, because when we saw what happened with the SpaghettiOs we had earlier, what happened? They were clear, there was no texture, nothing. We don't want their existence. So we want to make them as small as possible. So I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to show you the technique, but it's going to be back here. So actually I might show you on here. So when you're cutting this onion, HackDavis, you're going to pick this up, pick the knife up. So a lot of people would just pick it up the knife like this. And if you've watched my streams before, I know I sound like a broken record, I'm sorry. But it's important that, you know, maybe this is a first time viewer and they're like, wow, I didn't know that. So bear with me, but I appreciate the support. So you're gonna grab the knife. When people grab knives, they always grab knives right here because it's just natural. This is the handle, this is where I should grab. I'm gonna start cutting. But this is a pretty far distance from the tip of the blade. There's very little control down here. So when you pick up a knife, you actually wanna pinch it right around here, wrap your fingers around. And so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make 3 cuts to this onion. I'm gonna make cuts this way, I'm gonna make cuts this way, and I'm gonna make cuts this way. And that can control the size. Now I want them tiny, so you know, the smaller you want them, the more cuts you have to make. So same thing, I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna make multiple cuts. So now check me out right here. So if you come here, you'll see that the onion is cut at 2 levels. And now the next step is to just dice it. And I'll show you what that looks like. I mean, look how tiny those are. So once you get to the ending, so look at that. Tiny dices. And remember, the onion goes all the way to the root, and so you want to save this right here, but just go ahead and dice it real quick. Get you some that are the same consistency, that way you can use all the onion. Because all onion's good onion. Just because it's near the root doesn't mean you can't use it. You want to make sure those are the ones that you get. So this is a pretty small dice. I'm going to run over one more time. And that's it. That's all we're gonna do. So at this point, I'm gonna take this bench scrape that I have, and I'm only gonna use half an onion for this recipe. I think that'll be fine, because it's not. I just need enough to make it, give it that level of aromatics there. And so same thing, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna push these to the side. for the time being. Next, I'm going to take a garlic bulb. And do not, so here's a garlic bulb. What you're probably used to using is the pre-minced garlic. And I'm a chef who believes in the integrity of the ingredient. So I feel like if you can control the quality of the ingredient of each step, you're gonna be better off. So like, if you're making this recipe, and you use pre-minced onions, you use pre-minced garlic, canned tomato, well, I'm using canned tomatoes, but you don't roast your tomatoes. Like, there are steps you can take to make sure that you get the best product possible. And it just starts with, you know, sourcing ingredients correctly and what you're going for. For me, I'm not using that many garlic bulbs, so I just went ahead and got these. See how much I love this thing? It's like you can get all that out of here, out of there. Out of there. So I'm gonna use about 4 garlic bulbs. That sounds good to me. Out of there. Chef Simulator. So smash them just like this. Just give it a quick smash. Quick smash. Quick smash. And then quick smash. So at that point, what happens is they start to break open. And the skin will just peel right off. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that. The skin comes right off. Make sure you get all the garlic. Anything that's not garlic, get it out of here. See why I love this bench scrape so much? It keeps them clean. And so now we're gonna chop this garlic. I'm gonna run down my knife. Any questions? What's up, everybody? Where's everybody from? I'm assuming California. Everybody joining me today for the first time? California, if this is your first time in the stream, where are you from? Even if it's not your first time in the stream, where are you from? Just serves as a reminder. And again, we want these to be tiny. We want this to be minced super, super fine. I'm thinking about picking up an RPG for the first time in like 10 years. So my friend was telling me about Nier Automata, and they were telling me how good it was. And so I think that's gonna be the first RPG I pick up in years. I'm talking years. I think the last RPG I played is Twilight Princess. From Mexico, wow. I'm not from California, but this is my first time popping and watching. I'm from Newfoundland. Welcome. Shabri Mahal, thank you. All right, so we've got the garlic super minced. We've got the onions in the back. So we're gonna set both of these aside because next we need to do the meatball. Georgia crew? Georgia has changed this country this year. Always love for Georgia. Brunson Fest 2030, 2021. How do the years work for Brunson Fest? What was the first year? 219? New Jersey, what's up? 2021, 221. Well, what was the year one? 2020? I mean, 220? I mean, 219? I cannot speak. So this is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna get this pan hot. Okay? So this pan's gonna be getting hot. As the pan is getting hot, I pull out a turntable and I'm just like, all right, what's up? I'll be your DJ as well as your chef. Induction stoves, I'm not a big fan of them. I have to use them. Like, I think they're good. I think they're great. Don't get me wrong. I really appreciate them. I'd much rather cook on gas though. I've had to cook on induction for almost 4 years now for the majority of my stuff. And I'm just so ready for gas. I'm so ready for it. I feel like once I finally get a gas oven, I can say I've made it. Like, I'm so sick of induction. They're fast and efficient. I like it. I just get much more temperature control immediately. I don't have to sit there and press on and turn it. I feel like I get more BTUs out of a gas oven. It just makes far more sense to me. Yeah, I've got an electric range in the back. Now, I'll tell you what, this electric range, I will take this electric range in a fight over induction all day, twice on Sunday. So I'm gonna form these meatballs now. I'm going to take very, very little. They're delicate, so you see how small they are? But you also, let me get a little closer. They're very, very delicate, but also they're going to be very small at some point. So, oh my God, white noise. So you want them to be smaller than you think, and just be very delicate. You see, I'm not putting a lot of pressure on them. They need to be shaped in, and the only pressure you should put on them is when you pull back, almost like you're like tightening it. That's it. Set it aside. Don't overwork it. Remember, the goal here is not to overwork it. Yeah, the induction white noise is so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, I get it, but it's frustrating to me. Sonic, thank you for the follow. Oh, did we just have a raid? What happened? Party is 64. Josh Elkin with the raid. Guys, we're making SpaghettiOs today. So if this is your first time tuning in, this is what we're making. I'm making my own meatball sauce. We got it rocking. Egg day, everybody. Yeah, so with these, the more aggressive you are with them, the tighter they'll come. Like, you want these. Chef JT, thank you for the follow. When you taste the meatballs and the SpaghettiOs, they're very, very soft. Like, they almost have no texture at all. And you get that bite from when they're overcooked and they're overworked. So ideally, you really just want to just work it just so generously. Like, pull it towards you, push it with your thumb. Guys, thank you. If this is your first time, I'll be competing in Kitchen League on Thursday. I'll be going up against Cosmic Cat. I'm looking to go 2-0. Started off 1-0. The theme is art and science. Is cooking an art or a science? What do you guys think? What's the answer? Is cooking an art or a science? I know my answer. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna influence you guys, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. Ooh, there it is. I see the answer. The answer, in my opinion, is both. I think cooking is both. Green, Hash Brown, thank you for the follow. Someone's gonna go all Nakri Alice. Loves T7329, thank you for the follow. Trick question. No, because you're right. It is both. The answer is it is both. Now, Hungry Wolf Kitchen, it's funny you say that, because the person going Alice Nakiri will be probably me. So, that being said, it's important that on my Kitchen League match, I need to incorporate both of that. Vag Sniff, thank you for the follow. Goodness gracious alive, what a name grab. So on my match, I have to think of a dish that incorporates both. Now I've got the dish. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. All right, and so we're gonna start. Yes, Nakari from the anime. You know how all her food is also, please no spoilers. I'm on season 3. Please, gosh, please God, no spoilers. But yeah, you know how she's all gastronomy based. She takes food science very seriously. All right, so now. Let's do a couple more. It's an amazing anime. It is unbelievable. I've never been so inspired. And so now, I think we have enough now for our first batch. Don't say anything about the ending. Please do not say no spoilers. I'm glad you liked it, but please no spoilers. I know that's not one, but I'm weird. I'm so in love with the show. If someone spoiled it for me, I would ban them from my life. Food Wars, correct. Yeah, Food Wars is amazing. So, Confused Alex, thank you for the follow. We're gonna take these meatballs and we're gonna sear them. So I always keep my oils in these bottles just because it's easier to control the amount distributed. And so I don't want a lot because there's gonna be a lot of fat coming from the meatballs themselves. So the tomatoes I have roasting look delicious. So we want to sear these, but what is the rule? What is the rule when you sear anything? You put something in the pan and what's the next step? You don't touch it. Do not touch it. Yeah, Hungry Wolf Kitchen. This is, I just realized who you are. Did you change your name on here? Crimson Moonclaw? The oil will be fine. Oil will last for a while, and I do plan on making some of the recipes. Oh, that's exciting! I had no idea. Well, welcome to the streaming life. Yeah, I do plan on doing a lot of the recipes on stream. There's a couple I'm interested in, but we'll see how it goes. So. You've got to be very delicate with these. You got to wait for the oil to get hot too. In the meantime, I'm going to make a little bit more. Just want to compliment you, Leon C. Brunson, for production quality on here. Strong stuff. Pause, no tone. Thank you so much. A lot of love and effort went into this kitchen. It doesn't look like this in person. The coolest thing, I'm still trying to figure this one out. I'm very happy with this look right here. Because look, you got the smoke in the background. You got a ramen painting. But the thing is the autofocus. I think it's eye tracking. So if it moves or something gets in the way, it starts to freak out, see? But I'm happy with this one. This is a good one. And here we are here. Yeah, I can turn off auto. I think that's the solution. It's just set it to focus zone. Once I'm in there, it's good. I should be fine. So. You can get gloves where you're at, man. I haven't found a box in 6 months. DJ MC, thank you. Yeah, usually I have a chat screen, but right now I don't. Yeah, we're good over here on gloves. All right, so very delicate with these. We just got the Atom Mini, thinking about wrapping that in plastic so it doesn't get dirty. But yes, that's a very smart idea, and I'm gonna do that after we get off stream, because today is it's a little too expensive to just have chilling in a kitchen. So this is another reason why I don't like induction burners, because they're clear hot spots. I can smell the basil already. Green hash brown, thank you. Food experiment. What camera are you using? Well, I'm using 4 different ones, and they're all Sony cameras. Sony A7 III, Sony A6000, and Sony A6400. Pause, no tone. First time here. How long have you been streaming on Twitch? I've been streaming on Twitch since March 2020. So not even a year yet, but the first anniversary is coming up. I like the music in the background. Thank you. I'm looking to add a little bit more. There we go. Pro streamer over here. I wish. You know, it's not a dream of mine because I enjoy doing what I do, like the caterings and stuff like that. But my dream is to be like, I definitely want to get into media production with food. I mean, I want to be a big time famous chef, like no doubt. Like I want to be recognized across the professional land of chefs on, you know, across Eater and, you know, the blogs and other famous chefs. I want that respect, and I think like due time in the industry and networking will eventually come. But I think like once I slow down, I want to do media production. I want to be able to give the advice that I learned. I want to give the advice that I learned during the pandemic of like production and how it's helped my own brand to younger audiences. Have you worked in any restaurants as a chef? Yeah, well, okay, so it depends on what you mean. As an executive, no. I mean, yes, too, as an executive. But like I've worked in restaurants since I was 16. So, okay. All right, so now at this point, any person that is chaotic, crazy, would just shake the pan and do this. But instead, again, these are very delicate, right? We want to treat them as such. We could probably even go smaller next time. And think about think about like big meatballs. They're almost no fun because they're like, you gotta break them apart. You gotta nail them being on your spaghetti. Like, imagine getting the perfect twirl of spaghetti and just stabbing a little tiny meatball. It'd be the perfect bite. Italians have no idea what they're doing. Chef Boyardee had it right. And the thing is like with cooking, you don't have to be super aggressive. It's like a very, like, slow down. That's what I learned. Yeah, I've worked in a couple kitchens. I've got chops. I mean, I have no doubt I could hold my own in any kitchen you put me in. Too much color? No, they're fine. Check them out. That's perfect. You get texture. See if I can get you a little closer. Here we go. I'll be fine. But yeah, it should be. This is perfect for what I'm looking for. If you want your meatballs to not have that much color, by all means. Time to follow your methods. Do you normally write your recipes and instructions down anywhere for viewers to reference later? What's down, dog? Thank you for the question. I'm so glad you asked that. Yes, I do. So LeonCbrunson.com will be launching next week. So the idea is any stream that I have will lead you back to my website where you can reference the video, the Twitch stream, and go from there. And so all my recipes are free. I don't make an income off recipes. I make an income through private chef jobs across Tallahassee. So I don't mind sharing my experiences, my talent, or sorry, that sounds so, God, shut up, Leon. I don't mind like sharing my recipes. It's not how I make a living. I know some people are very picky about sharing their recipes and very particular because it may be how they make their living. But that's not how I make my living. So now here's the thing is, go to twitter.com. If this is your first time, Glimmer of Sunshine, thank you for the follow. If this is your first time, go to twitter.com/LeonCBrunson. I post all my updates on there, whether it be a website, the stream, something on Instagram. You know, all my stuff is on my Twitter. Oh, that's one of the ones that'll be featured. So I'm glad you just requested it. Thank you for the follow. I just saw. Let's see. A common noun. Thank you for the follow. I had to reverse engineer SpaghettiOs for a dollar store knockoff when I was in college. I would definitely go on Cutthroat Kitchen. Does putting cooked meatballs with the raw meatballs concern you? No, because these are not cooked all the way. They're just seared. Like you can see here, they're not cooked all the way. And I'm glad, that's actually a very good question. And the reason they're not cooked all the way is I'm gonna finish them in the sauce. Yeah. Yeah, if these were ready to eat meatballs, by all means, you know, I would definitely look to being a little bit more careful with them. But they're going to be finished in the sauce. That's the important thing. But Tallahassee, I'm jealous. New York weather sucks. Yeah, Tallahassee. It's funny, as a Floridian, everyone hates Tallahassee weather. All right, so our tomatoes are looking great, by the way. And so we're gonna do a few more meatballs. Oh, hey Ray, thank you for the follow. This is one of those random streams where it's like, it's for HackDavis, and I appreciate you guys for giving me an hour time slot. However, you know, hopefully you guys stay with me a little longer than an hour. Everybody from HackDavis, thank you so much. HackDavis of University of California. Davis, thank you for the opportunity. And we're gonna stop it right there. Noob1881, thank you for the follow. And so after this finishes, yeah, so HackDavis is an event. Step on it can help me explain. It's actually responsible for getting me part of this event, but HackDavis is an event basically like a hackathon hosted by University of Cal Davis. And my understanding is they spend a good portion of time coding, getting things ready for competition, things like that. Oh baby, it's getting tasty up here. And so after this last round of meatballs, what I'm gonna do, Richard, if you're watching this stream, I could use your help. Yo, can you come downstairs? That's fine, take your time. All right, so we're gonna take this, turn these. We got the color on them. And now we're good to go. So I'm gonna reserve this beef and lamb fat so I can cook with it later. I think this would be something great to, next time I make my burger, this would be great to put it in there. All right, so, take this. And we're going to remove that. So next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep this same pan, but we're gonna remove it for the time being. We've got some boiling water. Then I'm going to add some salt to. Now you don't want your water, people are like, oh, pasta water needs to be salty. So see, Richard, can you hand me that strainer that's to the top left? No, to your right, top left. Top left, there, perfect. Perfect, thank you. So now at this point, the water's going. I'm going to go ahead and knock out the whole box of SpaghettiOs. And if I don't use them all today, I'm gonna use them for something this week. So now, here we go. I just thought about it, no Tiff today. Oh, it's funny you say that. I should get her over here. I don't know, she hadn't, let me see. Good question. She's gonna laugh. I think I'm seeing her later this afternoon. We're going full fancy SpaghettiOs. We sure are. And so now we're gonna go in here and we're gonna go the whole thing. I always read the directions on the box because they know way more than me. And the direction on the box says 13 to 15 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes. Well, good news, you might be getting a, everyone's like, oh shit, is that me? Thank you for the follow, just saw that. So I'm gonna give these a quick stir. I'm gonna set these on the stove in the back and let them go for 13, 15 minutes. Tiff is on her couch. She should be over here. Crazy. Probably gonna finish the rest of Food Wars tonight. So now at this point, we have the same thing we used from earlier, right? We need to turn that white noise down. I cannot stand induction so much. So if you remember, we did cut a lot of garlic, right? And so we're gonna put that in there. And I'm just gonna add just a hair of oil. Now you wanna do this until the garlic's fragrant. And so you're gonna start to smell it and be very careful with the garlic here. This is a generous amount of garlic. All right, and so now once it's fragrant, I think actually we could use some more garlic. I'm gonna add some onions, but remember, the star of the dish is the tomatoes. And so I'm gonna cook these down, but I need them to taste like tomatoes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these sun-dried tomatoes and I'm going to take the oil from here and I'm going to put it and cook these onions in there. Along with that fat from the beef and the lamb, it's also gonna be cooking in that sun-dried tomato oil. So really trying to enhance that tomato flavor here in many ways that we can. So I'm gonna cook these until they're very, very soft. Probably looking at 5 to 7 minutes, possibly longer. Now that YouTube channel is incorrect. The correct YouTube channel is Leon C. Brunson Cooks. C-O-O-C-K-C-O-O-K-S. It is not the other one. thank you for the link in chat. I've now submitted your mod application. So we're gonna let those go. And while those cook, check out the tomatoes we roasted. So I was talking to Richard about this recipe, and he was saying, if this were Food Wars, this would be that one little trick that put me ahead of everybody else. Here's that roasted tomato puree. Basically looks like tomato paste, right? But it's not. So it's thick, but here's the thing about what this is right here. This is gonna have a completely different flavor profile than tomato paste. It's acidic. It's strong in tomatoes. It's not overwhelmingly sweet. This is what we need. This is the base. This is what we're searching for. We pair this with a little bit of sugar, a little more herbs, some pasta water. I think we might be there. I hope so. So now we're going to go back here. Oh yeah, the onion pan. Onion pan's good. Good stuff. We're good over here. And so I'm gonna take only a tablespoon of this because it's really strong and it's really sweet. So dark chunk, and man, it looks so good cooking there. Like if there was a hot soda of that, I'd jump right in, no hesitation. Appreciate it. So I'm going to take this tomato paste and I'm going to scorch it a bit, and I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to do just a little more. Just a hair more. All right. So now I'm going to add this roasted tomato. As I'm cooking this, I'm understanding more about the dish and what I need to do, what needs to happen. It's funny, it's like growing in my head. All right. Again, I mentioned this earlier, I've never made this before. This is just in my head how I imagined it. All right. Drunken Buddha, we're making SpaghettiOs. Welcome to the stream. And so if you look at this right now, it looks like a whole bunch of tomato paste, right? But let's get it. This is what separates us. This is what happens. This is what happens with knowledge and experience. I'm gonna take a little bit of that pasta water. I'm going to put it in there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put 2 of them in there. It's starchy, it's delicious. I'm going to mix it in. That's gonna help. Now it looks like I'm gonna need 1 more. I'm starting to get that sheen I'm looking for. That's perfect. It's essentially like cooking with stock. So we're gonna do 1 more. get a taste, see where we're at. The idea was to make something so smooth, so pureed. All right, let's do, we'll just taste of the sauce. Needs a little bit of salt. Needs a little bit of pepper. It needs sugar, but I'm gonna do brown sugar instead of regular sugar. I really want to make this sauce pop, so I'm going to use a little bit of Worcestershire, something really smoky, or sorry, not smoky, just like a nice hit of umami, but not a lot, because Worcestershire likes to take over the party it's invited to. I've already got a decent amount of heat in there, but I'm going to hit sugar in 2 ways. I'm going to add a little bit of honey. Perfect. And I'm going with an audible here. I like the flavor of brown sugar. It's a personal preference. I'm gonna go with an audible. Guys, I have a kitchen league match in a couple days. It's on Thursday. All right, and so let's go. Audible.com. Let's get that bad boy in there. It's important to get every last bit in there. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit more pasta sauce, pasta water, I mean. Oh! All right, variable low on. Someone mentioned an immersion blender. An immersion blender would be the preferred tool. However, I didn't feel like calling Richard again. All right, so let's get this back on the. Let's get this back on. Perfect. Let's go meatballs. IKEA juice boxes are really good. Juice boxes of what? Just like in general, the IKEA juice boxes? All right, so meatballs going in. All right, and now we just hope for the best. All right, let's clean up a little bit. I'm gonna let those go for about 10 minutes. I think the noodles are almost finished. Where are we at in terms of flavor? That's my question. What's the verdict? It's really good. It's sweet. It nails the sweetness. It needs more salt. It is surprisingly smooth. Like, it doesn't look like it, but it's the smoothness we're going for. I need some sort of like, I have an idea. All right, so we're gonna let these go. Let those go. Whew. So the verdict so far, it's got the sweetness, I love it. Texture is actually really good. Dang, these headphones are a pain. They like wrap around your ear and they start pulling. My HomePod timer just went off. Hey Siri, set chat's timer. Okay. Oh, shut up, I was kidding. All right, so next, what I'm gonna do, shut up, please, Siri. All right. So everybody, for the next, I'd probably say 5 minutes or so, I'm gonna start cleaning up dishes a little bit, and while these reduce. So here's your little ad break, but stay tuned, we'll be right back. Thank you for the follow. We are back. Had to do speed run dishes, 100%. 100% run. Makes my life a whole lot easier when the stream ends. I was finishing streams before and I was like, dang, it's taking a little bit too long for me to like break down and get ready and all this, that, and the third. I was like, why don't I just have like a little like break session? You know, I do all the dishes, I catch up, and that way at the end of the day, I'm done, ready to go. You know, I would like to have a cook-off with a YouTube chef. Whether it be like Babish, Weissman, Sam the Cooking Guy. What's Ethan Chabowski? I would like to like challenge one of them to a cooking competition. That's what I want. At some point in my future, that's what I want. Good to know that my my pan turned off. I think I could take him. I think I could take him. Oh, there is a cooking competition called Kitchen League, and so it is an online cooking competition between a few chefs. So there are ways to do it. I think it would just be entertaining on a much bigger what Kitchen League's going to be in a few years. I can just imagine bringing like a big name chef on there, like that everyone knows on the internet. That would be pretty cool. Like that's what I imagine the direction Kitchen League's heading in. So it'll be fun to watch. So you gonna put that prime rib recipe on your website too? You want it? I'll give it. The prime rib recipe? Wait, what? Okay, I got the prime rib, the shakshuka, biscuits, cornbread. Happy Sunday, Miss Esquire. Grandma Jules Kitchen, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it launches this week. I'm excited. The business cards will be here very shortly. The business is coming along. If you Google Private Chef Tallahassee, I'm one of the first people who comes up. I'm right under Lux, but Lux ain't got my reviews. So, and I'm missing a lot too. Coming along. Business cards are gonna be awesome. The website's gonna be incredible. The branding is all thanks to Pretty Ugly Design. It's gonna be a great road. This year, if you're joining me for the first time, you're on for a wild ride because this year is going to be it. I have no doubt. Oh, here we are. Here's my chat. Our SpaghettiOs cereal, Leon. SpaghettiOs cereal. What's down, dog? This channel's an interesting one because, like, I play DDR too. I'm not just I'm not just a cook. I also play dance games competitively. Because I want people to call me whenever they want. Like if it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're like, hey, I really messed up. My wife's birthday's tomorrow. I just realized it. I don't have anything planned. Can you cook a dinner tomorrow for 2? I'll be like, yeah, I'll tax, but I can do it. I can make it happen. And I want them to be able to call me whenever. Oh, Ben from Step It Up. Amazing person. Funny guy. Funny person. Now, I think the best part about Ben is like how his stream got found. I think like, now if you guys follow Step It Up on Twitch, it was a great story. I think I was on a Discord call with a couple of friends and we found their page and then we had just been messaging them, you know, just like messing around because they were playing with cool effects and stuff. Like we'd never seen a stream like this. And I finished streaming dance games and I was like, oh guys, you've got to check this out. I think he had like 5 viewers or something like that at the time. And I rated him with whoever was viewing in my stream. And then they were sharing the channel. The channel, Your Kitchen is Goals, thank you. Someone was sharing the channel, someone else was sharing the channel. It got around like wildfire. Everyone was talking about it on Twitter. Like, you guys gotta check these guys out. The chat, you couldn't keep up with the chat. It was insane. I remember I left, I took a shower, came back, stepped on it, had like 50 viewers. I'm like, this is incredible. This is so amazing. I was like, that is so cool. It was just, to me, it was so awesome seeing it come like that. And then now they're staples of the community. They're one of the best dance game streamers. If you like dance games, follow Step On It. Entertaining crew. They make dance games fun to watch. I love it. Kitchen X Mathis Flex. Your Kitchen is Goals. I appreciate that. There's a lot of work that went into this. If you can see it from behind the scenes, it's an inch. You would be very surprised how well it came together. But I mean, I have a blog post on how I redesigned my kitchen from start to finish. Like basically, like what did I do to make this happen? Like from the painting of the walls to the warm lighting to the underglow strip to like, and you can't see it right now, but like there's a light here. Like I'll move it so you can see. But like this light right here, it's not even a big deal, but it serves as a fill. And so it fills the bottom. And like small details like this are important. So which Twitch cooking teams are there other than Team Bone In? Like I see Team Bone In is in there, but that's all I see, right? That's the only one I know. I nailed the meatball. Sergeant Z, welcome. The meatball's perfect. I think the sauce just needs a little more fat. I think once I have the full dish, I'll be happy. Right now I know there are spots where I need to exercise a little more flavor. Good cause Crusaders is also baked in. Finally got a cooking stream about the man only did DDR. Ah, you know, I do a little bit of both. Not familiar with any of the teams, and none of the teams have ever reached out to me. I've stopped in a few streams of theirs. Like, I just know a couple times I'll look. I know B-Bubs is bone in. Greedyology might be bone in. Like, no one's ever been like, hey, you want to be on a Twitch cooking team? I'm like, yeah, sure. The thing though is, the funny thing is, Cyber, is that like, I can't get it. Like, here's the thing, is like, if somebody had this dish, they would be like, oh my God, it's really delicious. And I would just be like, ah, it's not there yet. Like, you can taste the basil in the meatballs. The tomato sauce is sweet. The pasta water's in here. All right, we need a little bit more water. I think if I had just tomato juice, I would be good to go. That is Kerrygold butter. So SpaghettiOs with the alphabet taste different than SpaghettiOs. I 100% can stand behind that. I don't know what the reasoning is, but they just don't catch the sauce like SpaghettiOs do. I should have definitely went with more meatballs. And so let's get a fork. All right, let's get it. Oh, my camera died. No. I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. So the way I want to have this is I want to have the SpaghettiOs right here. Richard's got the worst username. Luckily, it was a quick fix. So I'm gonna hide chat for the time being. Here we go. So we're gonna take, I wanna make sure I get a good amount of meatballs. So my culinary career has been reduced to. This is what the pandemic does to you. So I'm actually gonna go thinner. So are they good or better? I want to find out in a second. I think I have an idea of what I want. Music Vine. All right. Sauce around, find out. Fuck around, find out. Here we go. All right. So now, try this again. Let's get another bowl. Do I have a better bowl? Where are all my other bowls? Not really. That'll work. Okay. Whatever. Let's get it. So let's get this bowl in focus. And so we're gonna pull this back just a bit. Pull this into the right here. Just a little bit out of focus. Right there. There we go. Next, I'm just going to tear some fresh basil. Actually, no. I'm going to take the chiffonade basil and run it over. I'm going to take a little bit of Parmesan cheese. Let's see if we can get this in the foreground anyway. Drop it. Yep. SpaghettiOs. Now I'm going to pull a little bit from the top to see if I can like, you know, show that they are SpaghettiOs. There we go. I like the texture lip on the Beluga. Oh, I do not know. All right, so let's see. It's pretty damn good. It's good. The tomatoes are a little acidic. My God. I think that the tomatoes being acidic is probably the biggest problem. But it's not bad. It's actually pretty damn good. The meatballs are delicious. I mean, like the meatballs, I nailed the meatballs. We're missing some toast. Some toast would be perfect with this. Get some garlic toast. Egg fried rice. So in February, I'm gonna try and do 30 days of eggs. I used half lamb, half meatball. Half lamb, half ground beef. I think the noodles need to go a little longer too. You have to believe, Fusion. If you don't believe you can do it, you'll never do it. So if you want to do 30 days in February, you've got to believe. You know, some people will say, if you lie to yourself long enough, it becomes the truth. And you get to storm the opposing people. That's pretty good. I would say if I could get past the sweetness or the acidity of the tomatoes, this would be good. That's my first time using that box tomatoes. I wasn't a huge fan. I've got another can in the back I should have used. It's the Cento, and I trust them. Whew. This is good. This is good stuff. Yeah, if anyone wants to come to Tallahassee and eat the rest of this, by all means. We got a couple of meatballs. These meatballs are damn good, though. I'll tell you that. If nothing else, these meatballs gonna get 8. I can make albondigas with them tomorrow. 14 hours? Want meat in the middle? Huh? This meatball recipe was killer. Great flavor. Amazing texture. If you're not chewing on them, they're delicate. I think I'm just gonna eat the meatballs out of here. If we're being honest, heck, these meatballs are that damn good. Maybe it wasn't the SpaghettiOs that we were looking for. Instead, the friends we made along the way. Yo, Fusion got the juice boxes. Pause no tone. Go ahead and grab the vodka. Can somebody grab some unfrosted cherry Pop-Tarts? Oh, man. Whew. All right. Oh, all right. I'm taking the headphones out. They're killing me. Oh, man. It was the meatballs we made along the way. They're really good. Make dinner tomorrow. I have a friend coming in town. Whew, I'm full. I think today's the day I've ate the most of my cooking. I think the key is making a tomato water. Like using tomato paste and making like a stock out of tomato paste and water. Cooking that down until it concentrates. That would be my next approach. It sounds like you have a lot of friends coming down. Yeah, actually, I got a whole chat worth of people. Tomato juice. I honestly have never cooked with tomato juice, so I think it's tomato juice. Why didn't I look at the back of what's on the SpaghettiOs? Oh, music stopped. Thank you. tomatoes. And the tomatoes are tomato puree and water. Water, meatballs. The meatballs are made from pork, dark chicken, mechanically separated chicken, beef, water, cracker meal. The cracker meal is enriched wheat flour. The wheat flour is bleached wheat flour with niacin, reduced iron, diamine mononitrate, riboflavin, folic acid. May contain guar syrup, soy protein concentrate, salt, caramel color flavorings, soybean oil, citric acid, enriched pasta. Oh my gosh. High fructose corn syrup, less than 2% of modified cornstarch, enzyme modified cheese, cream, water, salt, sodium phosphate, xanthan gum. Xanthan gum. Salt, onion powder, citric acid, paprika flavorings. Soy protein concentrate. A lot of interesting things here. There was no sugar. Cracker meal, soy protein concentrate, salt, caramel color, enriched pasta, cream. I don't even know what mechanically separated chicken means. What did you use for the tomato sauce? I roasted pureed tomatoes and tomato paste, and it came out too thick. But rest alone. Now let me try these. See, theirs looks so much better. It's just like clean. It's not a sheen to it, no texture. It just tastes fake. How do they do it? Oh. All right, so tomato juice cooked down is the key. Yeah. I'm not even sure Chef Boyardee knows what goes into their raviolis or their SpaghettiOs, if we're being honest. Like, we're over here trying to figure it out. I don't think Chef Boyardee knows. You know? Like, what the hell? You think Chef Boyardee would have been in my stream today? The late, great Chef Boyardee? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Starting to get old. The age is starting to creep up on me. Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm not young and spry like I used to be. Listen, chat, when you get a certain age, your body starts failing you, okay? Now, you don't have to take it from me, you'll know when you know. An old man like me, it's difficult sometimes. Hectororide. Lorelai, no, don't say that. Everyone says when you turn 30, it's downhill. And I hope that's not the case. If it's 30 and it's downhill, that's gonna be my prime. I am 26. 26 years young. Grandma Jules is like, look, I'm 60. No offense, you are a child. Ugh. Creaking joints, that just sounds awful. To be 26 again. I hope I never say this. I'm gonna be that person, aren't I? I remember when I was 26. I was on the stream. Saying stuff. I really ain't mean it. Back in my day, we used to eat SpaghettiOs straight out the can. All right, so everyone knows when they're 30, they still need to be made into meatballs. That's what happens. You get mechanically separated. Oh. So guys, I have a Kitchen League competition, January 21st. It's a Thursday. I want to show you guys what I'm doing, but just know, this dish, it was created because I wanted to enter a competition with a Michelin star chef. So this dish has so much thought process that went into it, it's unreal. Kitchen League, correct. So twitch.tv/foodbeast. I'll be competing on Thursday. Boom, boom, boom. All right, everybody. It is when is it? It's Thursday at 4 p.m. No, Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern Central. God, Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ugh. Yeah, I'm full. Oh my gosh. Whew. I am unwell. I ate too much food. I had that sandwich. I've been eating the meatballs. Oh my gosh, too many meatballs. You think Josh Vester will be proud of me? Probably not. All right. That being said, everybody, whoop. I'm gonna get to getting. I've got a bridal shower tasting tomorrow. I gotta go shopping for that tonight. So, whew, let's get it going. Thank you everybody for the stream. Thursday, be sure to check me out, kitchenleague.com. Just kidding, twitch.tv/foodbeast. 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want more updates or you want consistent, alerts to maybe keep you in focus, Leon C. Brunson, that is my @name on Instagram and Twitter. And I post almost too much on there, so. Pause No Tone says, good stream. Can I eat some SpaghettiOs? You sure can. That's the 26-year-old body telling you you need to sleep. That's exactly what it is. I imagine when you're 30, halfway through the panini sandwich, I would have went my ass to sleep. My wife's like, why is he drunk? I feel drunk. Like, I'm like food drunk. Grandma Jules Kitchen, thank you everybody if this is your first time. I appreciate the support. HackDavis, thank you for the opportunity and giving me a chance to share with an audience. That's a lot of fun. I hope the rest of the event went well. And I'm going to, let's raid someone. Now, who are we thinking? Getting old makes you sleepy. Don't tell me that. Getting sleepy makes me sleepy. I would like to raid, now you guys know I do play Dance Dance Revolution competitively. It's called In the Groove now, but Dance Dance Revolution. Wow, no one's streaming. actually, if you guys would do me a favor, show some support for this Dance Gamer. If you're subscribed, hit the Chef's Kiss button upon arrival.